Alright, welcome back to another Assassin's Creed stream. Today with more of Assassin's Creed 3 and our Stove and all mission objectives challenge. And yeah, we're gonna continue with Haven's storyline and also start with Connor's storyline, because it's only one more sequence until we get to Connor's part of the story. And yeah, so today it's all about kind of like that transition, you know, from like one story to the other, between father and son. Also, the Absolution. Welcome in. Guten Tag. And yeah, we're now in the middle of the winter, as you can see. The seasons have changed. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Definitely progressing nicely through the series so far. It also helps that we won't be really doing all of the AC games this year. But yeah, it's been a good time getting to play the games back to back again. Yeah, that's true, especially considering that so many others in the later games could. Like Edward can shade us. But at least he can do like rooftop parkour, I guess. But yeah, I guess with this game they really wanted to make that like a unique aspect to Connor. Until they decided to add 2 more characters that could also do the exact same. Yeah, I mean, I think for Edward and Shade also makes sense since they're both kind of like sailors. And sailors were natural climbers very often. Whereas Haven really isn't, you know, like he's more of a city kind of like guy. Coming from London and all that. Alright, back at the Green Dragon Tavern. Exactly. Love that quote from Edward when he's kind of like talking about his skills of climbing to take my sugar. Steve Bonnet.
Hello, Charles. Any luck finding our mystery woman?
Word is she's been stirring up trouble just outside the city in a town called Lexington.
Well, then that's where we'll begin our search. I'll meet you there.
Okay, give me just one sec. I gotta check something here. Okay. To make sure that my stream markers work again, we'll kind of like mark whenever a mission is ending or starting. Sometimes for Stream Deck you have to like regain permission for that kind of like thing and function. But yeah, all good. Let's get a horse. I do kind of like how if you unlock the map as Haven, it kind of like carries over to Connor. Kind of like the inheriting of knowledge, you know, from father to son. I do kind of like the focus on like landscapes and like countryside a little bit with this game, you know? That you have like this huge area with a frontier with like only very few villages and settlements in between. Yeah, the guard dogs. That's a new addition.
Have you found her?
She's made camp not too far from here.
Excellent. Well, the sooner we're done, the sooner we can get out of this cold.
I am afraid I have some bad news, sir.
Oh?
Braddock is insisting I return to service under him. I've tried to beg off, to no avail.
No doubt he's still angry about losing Pitcairn. To say nothing of the shaming we gave him. Do as he asks. In the meantime, I'll work on having you released.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Not your fault.
It's amazing that he still wants Chartsley back into his fold, you know, considering that he threw like literal shit at Braddock.
We're too late.
Fire's only just been snuffed. Snow recently disturbed. She's close.
Bollocks.
The tracks are fresh. They must be hers. Seems she took to higher ground. Out of the snow and into the trees.
Another thing they added is also, of course, like the wildlife, you know, having like actual animals you can encounter everywhere in the frontier, but also the homestead region. And the same people who worked on that kind of like aspect and the snow physics and that kind of like side of the game have done the same for Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Which I think is definitely telling, you know, because they're quite similar in lots of ways, and they also are very realistic for the time the games have been released in, you know. Like in 2012, I think the animal behavior here was definitely quite advanced. And same can be said for Red Dead 2 in 2018, 6 years later.
Wait here. Oh, damn it. Wait! Come back! You return to Braddock, Charles, before he grows suspicious. I can handle things from here.
But, sir!
But nothing. Go! Stop running! I only wish to talk! I am not your enemy! Please just hear me out! Gods, woman! Only let me speak! You try my patience, woman!
It's not busted. Welcome in.
Are you touched in the head?
Me, Hatham. I come in peace.
Why are you speaking so slow?
Sorry.
What do you want?
Well, your name, for one.
I'm Gadzit Zio.
Pleased to meet you. God's day.
Just call me Zio.
Dio.
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 Now tell me why it is you're here. Where did you get this?
From an old friend.
I've only seen such markings in one other place.
Where?
Well, it is forbidden for me to speak of it.
I saved your people. Does this mean nothing to you? Look, I am not the enemy.
Close to here, there is a hill. Meet me there, and we'll see if you speak the truth.
Ava Grace, welcome in. Good morning. Expedtion was a member of the Kaninka nation, living on the frontiers land near Boston at the time of the French and Indian War. Assassin records indicate that she was the daughter of the Iyakoyana, or clan mother, and from an early age was being groomed for leadership herself. While many in her community chose to ignore the incursions by colonists into the area and growing tensions between the French and British, Expedtion was convinced that they presented a very real danger. She began to argue to anyone who would listen that the village should take action rather than staying silent, which was contrary to the will of the clan chiefs at the time. She refused to follow their orders, to remain neutral, deciding to fight back in her own way and recruiting help where she could get it, including from Haven Kenway. It's kind of like interesting how similar they are with Connor, you know. The kind of like desire not to stay neutral or not like to get involved, you know. And Connor basically goes away from his people to do just that. That's why his whole journey kind of like starts.
That town hosts soldiers who seek to drive my people from these lands. They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Edward Braddock.
You know him?
He is no friend of mine.
Every day, more of my people are lost to men like him.
Then I suggest we put a stop to it. Together.
What do you propose?
That we kill Edward Braddock. But first, we have to find him.
Kind of like that face that she's making, because it's very reminiscent as well of like Connor. And what kind of faces he's sometimes making. I feel like in general they did a really good job. Kind of like recreating Connor's face as like a combination of both face models, you know. But also like in the mannerisms and like facial expressions. So give me just one sec, I wanna lower the game volume a little bit here. It's actually quite loud. I think that's better.
I know
Yet you remain.
that I might prove you wrong.
It will not happen.
So you say.
So I know.
Yet, I remain. Wait here. A Mohawkman is likely to raise suspicions, if not muskets.
This is hardly the first time I've been amongst your people. I can handle myself.
I hope so.
Can't stand being quartered there. The endless crashing of the waves, the sting of the salt in my eyes, and the goddamn gulls shrieking and shitting everywhere.
You're sure that's where we're going?
Aye. The Bulldog's putting together another expedition.
That's what they're calling them now. Expeditions.
Aye, smart too. Slap a fancy name on something and all evil is excused.
I hear tell the French are readying to move on our positions. Wonder what Braddock intends to do about it.
He's already left for the advance camp. I'll wager our little holiday here is just about ended. We'll be marching south before week's end.
I do quite like the social stuff, you know, how I can blend in with so many
Oi!
people.
Where you going, Cully?
Me?
No, the other cock robin.
Well, I was leaving.
Oh? And now?
Well, now... I'm going to feed you your teeth.
And you were worried I was going to be the problem?
That's right. I gotta use the environments here to take care of them. It works.
You're hurt.
Oh, it's nothing.
Here. This should stop the bleeding.
That wasn't necessary. But thank you.
We should move on. Meet me at Braddock's camp when you're ready.
So I know the game is kind of like telling us over time that there's like more emets and stuff. But I'm actually gonna wait until the game kind of like gets us out of the enemies first automatically. Because there's some emets that kind of like reference the cutscene that happens once you go back out of the enemies at the end of the sequence. And yeah, I think for like chronology's sake, it's like better to just wait for the game to decide when the next modern day part is taking place. But yeah, let's go for the next mission here. Also core horse.
Use the snowstorm to mask your approach. Having second thoughts?
Hardly. But I'll have to approach this carefully.
Go on then. I'll keep watch from here.
I can hide in that cart.
What's in the wagon? I need a full inventory.
As you wish. Let's see. 2 barrels of salt, 12 pounds pork, 10 pounds beef, 7 dozen eggs, 16 wheels of cheese. None of it French, don't worry. 5 bottles of whiskey, couple dozen new uniforms, boots, leather for patching, blankets, a cart feed for the horses. What else? That's it? That's all there is?
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
John Fraser, also spelled Fraser or Frazier, was a Scottish-born trader living in the area of Fort Duquesne during the French and Indian War and a participant in the Braddock Expedition. Fraser left Scotland sometime after 1745, possibly because of political troubles. The Frasers had supported the Stuarts, who were on the losing end of the rebellion. He set up trade on the upper Allegheny River, but was quickly run out of his cabin by the French. He moved further down the river near modern-day Pittsburgh, built a new cabin and continued to trade. Fraser was one of the settlers building a fort on the site of Fort Duquesne, near his own land, where the French took over again. Fraser supplied Washington's attempt to reclaim the fort in 1754, which was followed by the defeat at Fort Necessity, and served as the chief scout during the Braddock Expedition. After Braddock failed, Fraser gave up on the area, depriving the French of a third opportunity to chase him off his land, so I suppose that's a small victory. He moved to the Tuscarora Valley before finally settling at Fort Bedford. Grenadiers were originally the soldiers in charge of throwing grenades, hence the name. They were chosen for being tall, muscular, and fearless. Not only did they need the strength to throw grenades far enough to actually injure the enemy, they had to be brave or stupid enough to stay in the front lines of battle to do it. Grenadiers were also called upon to be fast, effective assault troops, helping with things like storming breaches during sieges. You know, often not easy jobs that are likely to get you killed. By the mid-18th century, grenades had fallen out of favor, but grenadiers were still regarded as elite regiments, called on to guard the right flank of their battalions, and still to do all the other dangerous work they had gotten a reputation for. An interesting note on the heads: they were made high and narrow, so that as not to get in the way while you were throwing grenades, which is a good feature to have. Eventually, the mitre hat became part of a standard dress uniform in numerous armies. It's also possible grenadiers just really dig the idea of looking like the Pope. History is mute on that point. I think that's it. The Battle of Fort Necessity, July 3rd to 4th, 1754. This was one of the opening battles of the French and Indian War, and it's important that opening battles are quite exciting, otherwise everyone just sort of loses interest. In 1754, George Washington was sent to the head of the Ohio River Valley with a group of Virginia militia. The land there was contested territory between the British colonists and the French. Washington's mission was to retake Fort Duquesne and drive French forces out of the area. Washington and his troops attacked the French patrol at Jiminville Glen in what would be the first acts of violence in the war. Washington expected a return attack and so had his troops build a palisade wall surrounding their supplies. A fort of necessity, hence the name. But they might as well have called it the Fort of Inadequacy, because supplies ran low and the militia and the British regular and reinforcements were quickly overwhelmed. On 4th of July, Washington surrendered, was allowed to retreat, and someone else was put in charge of naming forts. It was Washington's only military surrender, though he had plenty of strategic retreats, Piaspin was alive, and whoa, even then. Yeah, I mean, like, a tactical retreat is not the same as like surrendering, of course. Can't have that on your resume, I guess. So I can't kill any guards with weapons, but I can take them out with a fist.
Good news. General Braddock refused the offer. There will be no truce.
Damn it! Why, George? What reason did he give?
He said a diplomatic solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict. One in which they'd now have the upper hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, can't he see this is unwise?
Here's a name even you should recognize. George Washington, who will go on to be the leader of the army during the American Revolution and the first president of the United States. I was going to say you probably know everything I'm going to tell you, but that would be a lie. What you know is that George Washington has a lot of things named after him, and anything else you learned in school you forgot because you thought you'd never use it in real life. You should call your history teacher and tell her she was right all along. George Washington was the son of a planter from Virginia. He was raised with little education, but was ambitious, teaching himself mostly from books. Washington started in business early, speculating on land starting at the age of 18. When he was 20, his older brother died, leaving him the heir of a family plantation at Mount Vernon, where he lived until his death and where you can still visit his grave today. Washington got his military start during the French and Indian War, leading an expedition to Fort Duquesne in 1754, a destination he never reached, having surrendered at Fort Necessity. The next year, Washington headed to Fort Duquesne again, this time as a guide for Edward Braddock during the ill-fated Braddock Expedition. Washington went as a volunteer, hoping that working for Braddock would get him a track to military promotion. Though the battle was a rout, Washington earned credit for organizing the retreat, and later that year he was made a colonel in charge of the Virginia militia. Washington completely revamped the militia, with hopes that under his organization and training, they would be accepted into the British military. They never were. Washington resigned his post in 1758. I won't say the snub led to his contempt for the British, but snubs rarely help. By the late 1760s, Washington had become active in political life, taking on a role in the Virginia House of Burgesses. He went on to be a member of the Continental Congress, and when war broke out in 1775, he was Congress's choice to lead the army. At the time, Washington said, "I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with," which I'm sure inspired complete confidence in everyone who heard it. Imagine if you were on an airplane and the captain opened with that. It's possible Washington was being falsely modest, but the fact is this: he wasn't a military genius and he knew it. But I'm sure it hurts your American pride to hear me say he wasn't perfect. Washington had several narrow misses where the army could have easily been obliterated, at Manhattan and again at Brandywine, among others. Washington won an early victory. He broke the siege of Boston, but he then made the disastrous move of fortifying New York, a city he couldn't defend without a navy he didn't have. Even you can work that one out. He spent the latter half of 1776 retreating across New York and New Jersey, losing battle after battle until Christmas, when he pulled off a successful surprise attack the Hessian troops at Trenton. And while that battle makes for some famous paintings and it did rally the flagging confidence of the public, it was a minor victory in the war.
It doesn't sit well with me either. We're far from home with our forces divided. Worse, I fear Braddock's bloodlust makes him careless. It puts the men at risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to mothers and widows because the bulldog wanted to prove a point.
Where is the general now?
Rallying the troops.
And then it's on to Fort Duquesne, I assume?
Eventually. The march north will surely take time. There's a copy of the plans in the command tent should you wish to review them.
At least this will be ended soon.
I tried, John.
I know, my friend. I know.
That map will surely be of use. I need to find it.
You do, Grace, you do. Okay. Scab there. Probably should take him down, but I think I'm just gonna wait until he turns around and sabotage this one. That should work. I can already escape technically, but I do wanna sabotage all the cannons here for the full sink. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally caught like George Washington over here or something. Yeah, I did. I figured I'd just jump here in the water. Considering there's still quite a few guards in the fort there. Not like it's freezing cold or anything.
What news?
Braddock has left to rally his troops. They're marching on Fort Duquesne. It'll be a while yet till they're ready, which gives us time to form a plan.
No need. We will ambush them here near the river. Go and gather your allies. I will do the same. I will send word when it is time to strike.
Alright, time for the ambush, I guess. I do think this might actually be the last mission for Haven before we switch over to Connor, or maybe the second last mission. Always Afro. Yeah, with horse mechanics in AC3, there cannot not be any problems.
The cold, cold ground. Here, here.
Hard at work, I see.
How did you...
It is time. We've set up camp to the north. Meet me there.
Gentlemen, let us away.
First it was too cold. Now it's too goddamn hot.
The Braddock Expedition. This battle was part of the French and Indian War. In it, Edward Braddock's force of 1,500 British regulars and militia was decimated by a group of French-led troops half its size. This isn't something we talk about much in Britain. Braddock had been sent to capture Fort Duquesne at the top of the Ohio River. His officers included a young George Washington, possibly because Washington knew the area, having surrendered the fort necessity the year before. Braddock's troops were about 10 miles from Fort Duquesne when they were ambushed by a group of French and indigenous fighters. Braddock's advanced troops were overwhelmed and fell back into the main body of the army. His rearguard didn't hear the order to stop and kept advancing into the main body of the army. The result was chaos. Almost every one of his officers was killed, with the exception of Washington. Braddock himself was fatally wounded. Washington had him carried from the field and he died 4 days later. An interesting historical note, Braddock gave his officer's sash to George Washington, asking him to preserve it. Washington did. It's still on display at Mount Vernon. This battle is also known as Braddock's defeat, but interestingly no one knows why. I'm kidding, though if you need me to tell you why, I don't think you're really cut out for this. The horse mechanics were like 5 or 4 years old at this point. They were definitely based on the AC1 horse mechanics, but they have gotten like refinements over the years, I guess. But it still feels quite similar, you know, with like weight of the horse and everything. guy in the back is only going two way to the floor. Very true. That's the only way he's going.
And humid too. It's a right swamp, I tell you.
To say nothing of the mosquitoes.
Warm weather and bugs are soon to be the least of our worries.
What? You mean the bulldog? Please. We'll be in that one's beef soon enough and on to the next.
Where's your boy Lee gone off to?
Returned to finish out his service under Braddock.
I imagine the bulldog's none too pleased after the stunt we pulled.
Pleased to spin a tale of my incompetence and beg forgiveness. He has a way with words, especially when it comes to flattery. I expect he'll be welcomed back with open arms.
Which would give us a man inside.
Precisely.
Unless you've underestimated our enemy.
If I have, Charles will sense it first and make his escape. He's more clever than you think.
When this is done, I'm taking a week in New York. It's high time I went and saw the sights.
Of empty whiskey bottles and women's breeches, no doubt.
What other kinds of sights is worth seeing?
Okay, I think that's all the extra dialogue here. Let's go ahead and join with the Mohawk and the Iroquois.
I see you've been busy.
All these men are from many different tribes, united in their desire to see Braddock sent away. The Abenaki, the Lenape, the Shawnee.
And you? Who do you stand for?
Myself.
What would you have me do?
Will you help the others to prepare? Follow. They come.
Everything all right, sir?
Just savoring the moment. No doubt, many wonder why it is we've pushed so far west. These are wild lands, as yet untamed and unsettled. But it shall not always be so. In time, our holdings will no longer suffice. And that day is closer than you think. We must ensure our people have ample room to grow and further prosper. Which means we need more land. The French understand this, and endeavor to prevent such growth. They skirt around our territory, erecting forts and forging alliances, awaiting the day they might strangle us with the noose they've built. This must not come to pass. We must sever the cord and send them back. This is why we ride, to offer them one last chance. The French will leave, or they will die.
Now's the time to strike.
Wait. To scatter the expedition is not enough. We must ensure that Braddock falls, else he's sure to try again. I'll disguise myself as one of his own and make my way to his side. Your ambush will provide the perfect cover for me to deliver the killing blow.
The Abenaki nation originated in what's now northern New England and the southern Canadian Maritimes. Although suggesting there only one nation may be a bit of a misnomer, since Abenaki can refer to numerous groups from the same approximate geographic area and language family, Algonquin, since you asked. Although the various Abenaki would join together during crisis events like when they were under attack from other nations, for the most part they had no central authority. It's probably partly what caused the encroachment of British colonists on their land. The British liked to have formal governments they could negotiate treaties with, They're just so much more civilized, and sometimes there are canopies, so from the colonist perspective, no central government meant that the Abenaki had no claim on the land. Of course I could have found out otherwise, but that would have taken work and been complicated, and perhaps most importantly, the Abenaki might have said no. While the Abenaki tried to remain neutral during the French and Indian War, they were quite literally caught between the warring British and French colonies, so some conflict was inevitable. For the most part they sided with the French, who were less responsible for driving them out of their homeland. The lesser of two evils, I suppose you could say. Well, that's a sentence I never thought I would say about the French. The Lenape, also called the Lenni Lenape or the Delaware. Before European colonization, the Lenape lived mostly along the banks of the Delaware River in what's modern-day New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The Lenape were one of the first nations to come into contact with Europeans, most significantly with William Penn, who founded Pennsylvania, which was a stroke of luck giving his name. While Lenape relationship with Penn was mostly peaceful, when Penn died, his sons forced most of the Lenape off the land in a deal known as the Walking Purchase. During the French and Indian War, the Lenape sided primarily with the French, with some individual groups who would later leave to join the British. In 1778 they were the first to sign a land treaty with the Continental Congress, agreeing to provide scouts to the army in exchange for supplies. I imagine they simply liked fine cheeses and onions. The newly formed United States showed its gratitude by eventually moving the Lenape into isolated communities in Ohio and southern Canada. A wonderfully thoughtful. Yeah, the reservations. At the time of the French and Indian War, the people of the Shawnee Nation were mostly living in and around the Ohio Valley, the territory surrounding Fort Duquesne. Traditionally, their hunting grounds had extended into Pennsylvania and Virginia, but they were being slowly moved from the lands by the advancing line of British colonization. Hoping to stop or at least slow settlement, some of the Shawnee entered the war, siding with their traditional trading partners, that is, the French. By 1758, some Shawnee negotiated peace with the British in the Treaty of Easton. However, the treaty wasn't respected, and if you know anything about colonial history, you're probably sadly unsurprised by that, leading to another war, Pontiac's Rebellion in 1763. By the time the American Revolution started, many of the Shawnee opted to remain neutral, although some sided with the British, again hoping for help pushing back colonists. Unfortunately, the result was the same as many other indigenous people. The Shawnee were forced to leave their lands, with the majority eventually settling in Oklahoma. Good lord, settling in Oklahoma as if their story couldn't get any worse. Yeah, that's like the worst that could happen.
We await your signal. There, in front of us.
Okay, so I have to kind of like start a conflict, but first I gotta take out two without being detected. And I don't think I can take out my target first, so I should probably take out another guy and then my target. Okay, never mind, he got attracted by this. Got another person to come, though. This guy doesn't react to this. Oh, come on. Seriously. Seriously. So the thing is, I have to open up conflicts eventually. Like, it's gonna become combat. But I still need to kill one without triggering open conflict. So once that fails, I will also increase the detection counter. But yeah, my own mate just pushed me away. Did you see that? I love the AI sometimes.
Kill them!
Yeah. That's a checkpoint restart. Okay. I think Streamlabs is having one of those days apparently. Let me check that real quick. Sometimes the CloudBot disables itself. Yeah, it happened. Okay. There we go.
We await your signal.
Kill them!
Okay, it now triggers open conflict, which means I can now join. Perfect.
How could anyone call this forest home? It's all
telling
mud
you,
and
we've
thugs
packed the
and
cart
monstrous
too high.
things.
The ground is uneven, it's dangerous, hidden. One false move and the whole thing is sure to fall over.
With the French push back, there will be a lot of opportunities for us up north.
Have served, you mean? Sir, you are grateful to have served.
General!
Yeah. Lovely person that Washington is working for.
Those I command, nor sympathy for the enemy. I've no time for insubordination. He paid for his treachery, as all traitors must. If we are to win this war against the French, nay, when we win this war, it will be because men like you obeyed men like me, and did so without hesitation. We must have order amongst our ranks, and a clear chain of command. Leaders and followers. Without such structure, there can be no victory. Am I understood?
Edward. Not so fun on the other end of the barrel, is it?
Look out!
Sir.
Where are you off to, Edward?
Oh, come on. I did that not shoot it? God damn it. For some reason, Haven shot something different even though the barrels were like targeted. Let's try that again. Because I gotta destroy 3 of them to complete this. Okay, perfect. So since the database says that he actually got killed by one of his own with a pistol or gunshot, I'm gonna go and kill him with that as well.
I never took you for a coward, Edward.
Come on, then! Such arrogance. I always knew it would be the end of you. Is the end of you.
Don't. Hurry before he gets away! I said go!
Love got the Zio kicking Washington's ass there.
You're a hypocrite, Hatham!
I'm sorry, Edward, but you forced my hand.
Oh, damn it!
Cheers, Grace. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day and that work is going well. And yeah, definitely catch you next time. Have a good one.
Why, Hatham?
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal. Well, maybe it is a little personal. Been a pain in my ass, after all.
But we are brothers in arms.
Once, perhaps. No longer.
Do you think I've forgotten what you did? All those innocents slaughtered, and for what? It does not engender peace to cut your way to resolution.
Wrong. Whether we applied the sword more liberally and more often, the world would be a better place than it is today.
In this instance, I concur. Farewell, Edward.
It's done. Now I've upheld my part of the bargain. I expect that you will honor yours.
Follow me.
No. No!
You seem disappointed.
I thought that I held a key that would open something here.
This room is all there is.
I expected more. What do they mean?
It tells the story of Yodzizu, who came into our world and shaped it for what life might come. She had a hard journey, fraught with great loss and peril. But she believed in her children and what they might achieve. And though she is long gone from the physical world, her eyes still watch over us. Her ears still hear our words. Her hands still guide us. And her love still gives us strength.
You have shown me great kindness, dear. Thank you. I should go.
A few days later.
Master Kenway, did you find it then?
It was not the right place.
The others are waiting for you.
Gentlemen, please, sit. I fear our temple was no more than a painted cave. Although it did contain precursor images and script, which means we are close.
Not close enough, it seems.
We need to redouble our efforts and expand our order and establish a permanent base here. Although the site eludes us, I am confident we will find it.
Truth.
Hear, hear. Furthermore, I believe it is time we welcome Charles into our fold. He has proven himself a loyal disciple and served unerringly since the day he came to us. He should be able to share in our knowledge and reap all the benefits that such a gift implies. Are any opposed? Very well. Charles, come, stand. Do you swear to uphold the principles of our order and all that for which we stand?
I do.
And never to share our secrets nor divulge the true nature of our work?
I do.
And to do so from now until death, whatever the cost?
I do.
Then we welcome you into our fold, brother. Together, we will usher in the dawn of a new world, one defined by purpose and order. Give me your hand. You are a Templar. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Wait, what?
You all saw that, right?
Wow.
Well, indeed. The key must be the amulet Hatham took from London.
We might know what it looks like, but we're no closer to finding it. Desmond, you need to keep going.
Hey, he's your ancestor too. Why don't you hop in the Animus?
Really? That's your response? It's like dealing with a 6-year-old. What is wrong with you, Desmond?
You want to know what's wrong? I'm sick of being treated like I'm not even here. Desmond, do this. Desmond, do that. Desmond, you better figure things out because the sun is going to turn us all to ash. And I know I was really nice to you, but actually I'm just another Templar plot twist. And yes, I would like very much for you to be controlled by a magic space wizard so that you can murder me. So there's your answer. I'm sick of being a goddamn pawn. I thought it might be different with you. I mean, you're my father, but turns out you're no better than the fucking Templars.
Don't you ever equate me to those bastards again. You hear me? Everything I do, everything I have done, has been for you. Maybe I pushed a little too hard, asked a little too much, but try and remember exactly what's at stake here. You need to get it together, kid. We're running out of time.
That was unusual. Well, I'm just going to pretend that this never happened and get back to bringing everyone up to speed on where we stand. The news isn't good. It appears this temple is powered by a collection of, well, I guess they're batteries. You found one on your way in, but there aren't any more, at least not down here.
Any idea on where we can find replacements?
Not yet, so I intend to tiptoe into the Abstergo database. Now, if I can cross-reference these particular devices with their database, then maybe we'll get lucky.
See what you can do.
Obviously. Anyway, Desmond, you can either take a look around here or we can head back to the Animus.
That escalated quickly between Desmond and William. Ava Harbinger, welcome in. No one claimed it, so here you are. I hope you're having a good day so far. I hate being called Templars. Yeah. Especially after Chartsy just being inducted into the Order. It's like, you are a Templar. All of a sudden you get punched in the face. It's kind of funny that Juno is like right next to the Animus, because she doesn't want us to spend time with the others, you know, she just wants us to go back into the Animus and continue searching for the key. Because the sooner that happens, especially before 21st of December, the sooner she's gonna be set free. It's like in her interest for us to go back. Let's have a look at the emails we've gotten. Rebecca says, patch notes. Hey yo, had a little bit of downtime while you were gone, so I figured I would do what I could to upgrade the operating system. It's actually been ready for a little while now, but with the Animus in safe mode, I wasn't about to try an installation. Things I did, actually it should be a we, since I had a few people in the other cells chip in. Modifications to the targeting system, you should be able to move in and out of combat more easily. Pre-running and improvements, you're less likely to jump at the wrong time in the wrong direction. Only one input for interacting with a word, no more choosing between parts of your ancestor's body. You can assassinate while moving now, definitely try it out as soon as possible. You can pick up weapons on the go as well. We implemented a weather system, rain, snow, wind, it's all there. Modes, enough said. Faster fast travel, just open your map and you can instantly travel to any unlocked fast travel station. Revamp the map. It now provides lots of additional information and you've got more control over what it shows. There's a ton of other stuff, but your dad is yelling at me to get back to work, so I better wrap this up. I hit you up on the other side as you come across new features. Hey the Carbon, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I'm doing pretty good, thank you for asking. Yeah, we just finished Haven's story part of AC3. And Chartsy has now become officially a Templar. Sean Hastings, database. First of all, welcome back. It's good to see you fully recovered. Can't imagine what it was like for you, trapped in there. If you ever want to chat about it, you just let me know. Anyway, you will find the database essentially unchanged aside from a few cosmetic upgrades. As before, you will receive a notification when I've added a new entry. I also let you know if any of the entries are updated, as is often the case when dealing with these conspiratorial ancestors of yours. William Martz, The Mission. I know it's easy to get distracted while inside the Animus, but I'm hoping everyone can stay focused here. We need to find the key as soon as possible. Also, do not go exploring the temple without first clearing it with me. And carry your headsets with you at all times. Can't afford to lose anyone because curiosity got the better of them. We're short-handed as it is. Ah, that's right, Harbinger. I actually forgot to re-enable them. Let me go ahead and take care of it. Can't not have the Chartsley commands.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, I've added all of them now. Sean Hastings boards. We've got a visitor down here. It's Juno. She's been appearing every now and then, sort of flits through the air, reminds us to guard you well, find the key, blah blah, and then poof, disappears. At first we thought it was just another holographic recording, but then your father caught her some rather choice words, and she glared at him, honest, swerved those eyes in his direction and frowned. Creeped me out. I don't know if she's reaching out to us from the past, if some part of her is actually still conscious, or if maybe she's inside the apple, like some evil genie. Whatever it is, gives me the creeps. And on that note, happy Halloween. Sean, Hatham's Amulet. While I suppose Hatham's Amulet is technically a piece of Eden, it's not particularly exciting. It functions as a key, and well, that's about it. I know, we're all used to these things being incredibly powerful, and thus rather dangerous. But this one is neither. Is it weird I'm disappointed? That said, it's still critical to our mission, so I suppose that counts for something. Sean. Good Lord, Rebecca, with all the fixes and updates and improvements you supposedly put into this recent software revision, one would think you would have had the decency to include a British English dictionary in the spell checker. Some of us prefer to use proper language when corresponding. The database keeps trying to replace the letter S with Z in certain words, and has declared war on the letter U as well. Realize becomes realize, and color becomes color. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's all rather ethnocentric if you ask me, also quite against the principles of the Assassin Brotherhood last I checked. And here I thought we were meant to be an all-inclusive bunch. Rebecca email fix. Just a quick heads up, replying to email chains will no longer return multiple instances of the words RE, should cut down on subject length considerably. Are you sure about that? See above? Sean says. Rebecca says, haha, very funny, Sean. William says, focus please. Yeah, William is not here for fun. Rebecca, so far so good. Hey there, Desmond. As you see from the date of this email, you've been in the Animus for a few days now. But don't worry, I've been staying on top of your vitals. Not even a blip. So it looks like extending the sessions won't be a problem. Whatever happened between you and 16 seems to have increased your tolerance. The Animus keeps you in a resting state which takes care of fatigue, and your memories are vivid enough we're actually seeing micro-movement in your muscles, which means no atrophy issues either. Still, we'll be bringing you out for breaks just to stay on the safe side. So she's referring to the end of Revelations when Clay is essentially shielding Desmond in the Animus when the Sync Nexus is happening. Which means that Clay's conscience in the Grey has been pretty much destroyed, at least in the Animus core. And he saved Desmond so he could reawaken from his coma. But yeah, that apparently also made Desmond stronger, because Clay also transitioned all of his memories over to Desmond as well.
Yes? Just thought I'd, say hi.
You have more important things to do right now.
Jesus, Dad.
What? What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Hi, son. How are you? What have you been up to?
I know what you've been up to. Nothing. You wasted away in some shitty apartment with a pointless job, while the rest of us were out there fighting to make a difference.
are such an asshole. Are you thinking about hitting me again? Because this time, I will hit back.
Let's just get back to work, okay? Stop wasting time. Clock's ticking, Desmond. Come on, son, we've got work to do.
Yeah, their relationship is a bit rocky, you could say. But understandable considering that Desmond literally ran away from home and from him.
Would you look at that?
What is it?
If I had to guess, I would say it's a counter. And judging from the iconography, I think it's safe to say when that's emptied, the end begins. Hello, Desmond. How's things?
Same old. Another day, another ancestor.
Who'd have thought you'd have a Templar in your family tree?
I think he started out as an assassin. They must have turned him.
Right you are, in fact. I've been reviewing our archives, and it appears that Haytham's father was indeed an assassin. Which means he was likely one too, at least for a little while.
What else did you find?
That fella from the opera, Reginald Birch, Grand Master of the London chapter of Templars, he and Haytham's father, a man named Edward, well, they were long-time rivals. Now, it appears Birch got his hands on Haytham at a rather young age. Worked his wiles to convince Haytham to switch sides. Wonder how he did it. I'll see if I can't dig up more.
They're quite interesting, but of course they're talking about Edward Kenway, the protagonist of Black Flag. At this stage, of course, I already knew that, you know, Black Flag was being in development because it was in development by another Ubisoft team. Ubisoft Montreal team to be exact. And that was kind of like the core team of Revelations working on Black Flag. Or the team behind AC2 and Brotherhood, you know, worked on AC3 and then Unity afterwards.
Honest answer, please, Desmond. Do you think we're getting out of this alive?
I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty tall order. If the first Civ couldn't save the world, how the hell are we supposed to swing it?
We have some time.
We have less than 2 months. They had decades and a lot more resources. And the worst part is we knew this was coming for, what, hundreds of years?
History repeats, it seems. The first Civ was so busy with their war against us, no one even noticed what was happening. We get advance warning and then fall to fighting with the Templars. Lovely.
Hopefully, whatever's behind that door will make a
Where
difference.
is Charles Lee?
And if it doesn't, well, at least we tried.
Hey there, Eline. Welcome in. Yeah, very soon we're gonna try to find him again. Which is about to start the Connor storyline, actually.
Back to work I go. You should consider doing the same. I'm working right now. All the visual clues are here, which means no time for chit-chat, okay? Sorry.
Alright, let's talk to Rebecca too, and then we head back into the Animus.
What are you working on?
Lots of different stuff. If you're going into the field, we need a way to keep tabs on you and stay in touch. Hacking into local security systems won't cut it.
Thanks.
For what?
I don't know. Everything. You've sacrificed a lot for me, you and Sean both. I mean, you upgraded the Animus, you helped train me, pulled me out of that coma. You put all that work into the database and helped me solve Clay's puzzles. I know I haven't been the easiest person to work with, and I'm sorry for that. I just want you to know that even if I'm shitty at showing it, I appreciate everything you've done.
Rebecca's head though. It didn't look very healthy at all. It didn't look natural. We're going to have a fun time with the sound bits. Yeah, I literally put all the variations of Charles Lee in there, pretty much. No kidding, bastard. What was that? Ava hit pigs, welcome in. Assassino. How's it going?
You really think we'll finally get some answers down here?
Maybe. Talking to the first Civ has always been a pain in the ass, though.
Imagine what it must be like for them.
What do you mean?
They've been separated from us by tens of thousands of years. A completely different language and culture. Possessed of an intelligence vastly superior to our own. We're lucky they've communicated as much as they have.
I don't know why they had to make this all so complicated. I mean, if they need something from me, they should just come out and say it.
I've been wondering about that myself. I get the sense Juno and Minerva didn't exactly see eye to eye. I'm studying everything I can get my hands on, but maybe you'll find something down here that can shed light on the mystery. What happened between them, and why?
That's good to hear, Bix. And yeah, it's going pretty good too. Good to play more of this game and to finally finish the Haven part. So really looking forward to get started with Connor and his storyline. And then to unlock like the proper side content of the game, you know, with the homestead missions and the Brotherhood and all that. Also, give me just one sec. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if we can still talk more to Rebecca here.
What do you think's behind that door?
No idea.
Do you think it can save us?
The first Civ seemed to think so.
What if it's dangerous?
It's not like we have a lot of alternatives.
Well, we could... I don't know, warn the president?
And what's he gonna do? Who's to say he isn't in bed with Abstergo? Seems everyone is these days.
What if we went to them? To Abstergo, I mean.
I thought about it, actually. Showing them what we've seen, trying to work together. They must know so much more than we do, but...
What is it?
It's possible they know exactly what's going to happen. That they want it to happen. I mean, for all we know, they're hiding out in bunkers right now, waiting for the world to end. And then, when it's all over, out they come. Ready to take control.
God, I hope you're wrong.
So do I, Rebecca. So do I.
Alright, I should be getting back to work. Sorry, Desmond. Little busy right now. Let's talk later.
Right. Guess it's time to finally go back into the Animus and start Connor's storyline.
All right, here goes.
Undan ni zero het stanyu. Awira awa unde yard on jadagu. Tone warda nagara de. Desajera nero niha. Nekti yate huwayata nekera. Azekante jajera oni. Nekti ya otena degari wastakwe. Agungwe da sun a wahuan nordun kwedzi niot nesagode ya ogun. Zewajerda sriat dizax ne hatham. Raganero kwakwe unte zini togwanyu. Nek zi ohando yo hawihtun ya de haganerakwe. Zinuer o jokwa templar agwego tadinyaro darhox. Ne ha at getsanis. Zigat get sun arian a higun sagandanu agat gato zine sagar skanex.
Zit one day star.
Oni sajerha.
Ya otana gwanek gwanek.
Radunagedu, te watri chirunyana. Runajageru nadaratu danu yagodunis.
How was? Nexi dosa izi nakahanda di yahaze.
Di jona wat stage. Gari wes wat geno hardenyu tigo yorunya zawadah kwanya suma. Gona skaksa rana Johnny.
Yeah, it really is Carbon. I do like these moments, you know, where people are just kind of like, you know, talking to themselves, I guess, and kind of like share the thought process. It's a really nice way. But you get to hear of Haven, Gatsizio, and Connor later. Gan and Dokun, a friend of Ratonagedon from the same village, the two boys were the same age, and members of the same clan. Making them cousins through the connection may have been somewhat distant. The boys were inseparable throughout their childhood, with Gan and Dokun being the more conservative of the two. It is. Ratonagedon would be the one to get them in trouble, and Gan and Dokun would try to talk them out of it. We also, right, we did read about these earlier, so I'm gonna uncheck this. And we have an update on Edward Braddock here. It was George Washington who carried Braddock from the field on his sash, which Braddock then entrusted to Washington. That carrying bit may be sounding a bit odd, but that sash is bigger than it looks, more than 3 meters long, and double as a field hammock. It says something about officers that they would wear a piece of clothing designed to carry their body off the battlefield, which would also single them out for getting shot at. The ways of war are mysterious. Braddock died of his injuries a few days later, and Washington kept the sash. Here's something interesting. Because of the concerns that enemy soldiers would desecrate Braddock's body, he was buried under the road, so the wagons would run over the earth and hide the gravesite. In 1804, roadworkers rediscovered the remains, and they were moved to another site, which is now marked by a marble monument. So sometimes in this game you kind of get like updates on certain characters, depending on what part of the story you're up to. Especially after their death, you often get like final kind of like notes on the people.
Hi, Star.
Hi, Star. Zaga the dirty wasta. Zazah Dandi. Ha-oh, wa Zazah Dandi.
The what the dot ni gun ra the wax so gun ba. Ne dosa ya dai zo handi ya ke.
Toganuangzide Wakide.
Gundi Gawana Oguaho Yaga Gundi Nagere Gaa Tony Gunas Dinio Ne Okwari.
Danane Radiatine Kera, Renungue, Runsa Nage, de what Tirat Gawas. Wagari Warge di Ot Stara, Ganatanyadu, Radinagere.
Danadi de Tadi. Onataya Yedawawe.
When I heard de what Karitsa Dunyane.
Yagoda Setuga. Haha, Zorda Gohadu. Is it as a datum?
Aska Degani Asa Gayeri. Aska de what Nyawe.
Okay, so we can't make any mistake here. Definitely want to take my time and investigate all the clues possible. We have the most exact location.
Waguyat that sorry.
Onia these at the under up.
Nam Ha Adawagarianda Seria Zinue Oya Askada Setana. Sahaya Yanere Zinia Zi Askada Setana Oya Yaskahoe. Asatuga.
Ay dewa zaka ni okta su anana adawat kirit sirunasi. Wah!
Nam Ha Adawagarianda Seria Zinue Oya Askada Setana.
Nice. That went quite well. The eco vision really helps here, you know, to kind of like spot a blue silhouette inside the hiding spots.
Oh, okne de yung kuhare te dana te juni je kore akta iwes.
Did what Karitsa Duni?
Isaiah Hazayatewe.
Aska, Degani, Asa, Gayerdi, Whisk, Yayak, Zada, Sadegu, Jotu, Oyerdi, Oska you are it, Degani you are it, Asa you are it, Gayerdi you are it, Whisk you are it, Yayak you are it, Zada you are it, Sadegu you are it, Jotu you are it.
What have we here?
You look familiar. Where have I seen you before? That wasn't very nice.
Let me go!
Listen to that. He knows English.
It's not for a savage.
Give me leave!
Too.
We have questions for your elders. Only tell us where your village is, boy, and you can go.
Best do as he asks, child.
I could snap your neck, you know. A little more pressure, and pop. The sad little flame of your life extinguished. You are a nothing, a speck of dust. You and all your ilk, living in the dirt like animals, oblivious to the true ways of the world. The wiser among you recognize the shape of the future. They throw themselves at our feet and beg mercy. But not you, it seems. No. You cling desperately to your ways, too ignorant to know your folly. But I am not.
Where is Charles Lee?
And so I spare you, that you may carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives. A fair trade, is it not?
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
I look forward to it.
Yep, there he is. The one and only Charles Lee. Attacking a little kid like that, you know, and that whole talk about how he sees himself superior, especially to people, you know, living in the dirt, as he calls it, you know. Really revealing what a massive piece of shit he is. Also, hey there, Anakin, welcome in. Yeah, what a posh monologue that was. Hey there, Orochi, welcome in too.
Radun Hagedu! Kohnu Guadi!
Doge!
Radun Hagedu! Go!
Dogoyena was! Koiges! Atu yanaratne!
Yahta! John! Onak ti on Sadego! Onak!
Yadik andene!
Kadi onaga ona! Sotstek. Radun Hagedu. Onak ti on zatni gohrat zatni duhage.
Dodek!
Oserek.
Toga sun haak. On sesege. Nekti sa deri ondarak. Dinawe. Andini kwe gunhage.
Ja, zadoresa, da kwatka. Da gerihu, akenyaga te.
Unurumpa.
Ghana!
Oh, naga isa.
Yatta wa gani gon roon. Zadda da wena da unga.
There we are. Now in the teens. And yeah, being like completely traumatized, you know, because I would have like such a big impact on Connor's entire life, you know, like seeing his mother burn alive as a little kid, you know. His entire village burned down as well, so many people dying. And people are still questioning why, you know, Connor is behaving the way that he is, you know. Or if he's not quite as outgoing as like Ezio or something. But yeah, you know, experiencing that at such a young age would have like such a big influence. Absolutely, Carbon. Yeah, I felt exactly the same, you know, especially the first time I played this. Just seeing, you know, those poor people having to suffer from this. But it is quite interesting because when Lee is actually, you know, attacking Connor, which is bad enough as it is, you know, before Connor gets, or Ratonagedon, I guess, gets knocked out, he's basically saying that he should talk to the elders about this. Which indicates that Lee wasn't the one to set the fire. And later, of course, we find out that it was actually Washington who ordered the burning of several Mohawk villages, including the one of Connor. But yeah, that doesn't change, of course, you know, what Lee has said and what he thinks about the Mohawk and the Iroquois. And that he almost killed a little kid, you know. That's true, Rochi. Yeah, I think a lot of the Templars are definitely a bit more sympathetic in the first kind of like sequences when you get to know them. I think it could also kind of like indicate that they have been more and more corrupted the more time goes on. Because even Haven is kind of like talking about the life of the innocents and that you shouldn't kill, you know, just because it's efficient. And he basically does that himself at a later point. So his morals also definitely get changed for the worse in the later parts of the story. And I think the same can be said for Charles Lee and some of the other Templars as well. Okay, so we have an update for Gutsdezio. Gutsdezio's actions during the Braddock Expedition, along with her relationship with a known Templar, more or less excluded her from becoming a clan mother herself in adulthood. However, it seems even after her child was born, she continued arguing for action in the war, rather than the restraint advocated by the village elders. She did, however, cut off all contact with Haven. It's not clear why the Templars attacked in 1760, or what their objective might have been. The village was nearly destroyed, but recovered over the course of several years. That's fair, Carbon. Yeah, I don't blame you. I also, of course, thought that it was Lee and the other Templars setting the fire, you know. So the motivation that Connor has to take revenge upon them was definitely something I could relate with, you know, after seeing that. Feathers and trees.
Gat, ingeni dasteraya. Oyaner mom geni wanun doste ay deni rodoke dinohoda de dom ne ayogarawe ori wage. Andi jadas wane ay deni sto zeraroroke. Amado eneka ne toda di jatka tuni ne ay deni ti nakwa tsari. Wasqueni. Ya Zodi the one ne wahi.
Oh, the gun his God's not the owner.
Yeah.
I so much love the tree parkour in this game.
Yo, tell the drown the ayena.
Huh? Zezak tinuwe yo dikunde.
Really nice addition to the game. And felt very natural for Connor as well, you know.
Yum zaskats.
Nekti doni gari was tona yo tunhage. Nona ska guidene ne, the wasa gayeri ni hadi runungwe, kaa, ta humna na dakwage. So knona askana nage ne, ta de watna neda. Iga gar hagunsu doratu, kaa zage da ditaru. Gardu ne zosera aska de wanyawa na hadihage. Yahtes kariwes ta yunki yahkwa daze te.
Segun inu tumne.
Ha, nekti zaha akta da honenu haje. Te dum zohum jokna e de waire. Toga yaho tena tai de waire, toga yah tai de waderio, to are na zawane.
Tokni kuhak. Wagerek ta gari hunyani o nirt zia gerato.
Tigawanio, to aguts yotti na kuni. Zaha gasto zeriohage ziniotne oya.
Nekti yatamdo era ye dene dene gahondage.
Yahta diodum zohum unka e goderianderage wahi. How yungeni dogas ki doga andeni gweni toya yedenewe ne dosa ya yedini rada ne unzage.
Waderian dat serakson e giga.
Das kena gera.
One thing I love is the inclusion of the Mohawk language. I actually work together with an organization that is there to preserve the Mohawk culture. And they've taken like lots of notes from them. For example, what are kind of like sensitive topics they'd rather not showcase in the game, like certain religious rituals. But yeah, they also had them assist on like pronunciations and the actual language themselves, you know. And even the voice actor for the protagonist is like part Mohawk and has grown up in such a community as well, I believe. One thing I love about this is how much research and care went into providing like an authentic experience, you know. It definitely went above and beyond in that regard.
Kwahnek dakser. Serek zaha yo snoreha ke nona zijahtadi. Jogu de tonio.
Nyawa.
Ona andeni rata.
Zodzi one dore.
Onioti isere zaha set satstege doga ya chasadatrege.
Nekti ohnayawa ne doga antjada ne danogihie.
Doga oya wat ti nakunyanyo akta zatkan zera.
Okay, so we still can't touch the ground here.
Nahoda, what got ni guruni?
Yatta wak gwenyo a gwego yang geni haraunge. Ga gader harde zinora a gwego a seroroge. Gadu ga isere ya the gaeri zinigo yung genia. Tont gur harege. The guardun garden on ota.
Okay, we gotta get a couple more feathers here. I think we can go climb up here.
Onaga ya gaho am the draft dondi.
Nice, that does it. Didn't get his plate, but I did get full sync here, according to the audio at least. But yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and take a break here though, because there's a few things I gotta take care of, and I'm also gonna go and play with the doggo a little bit, because I think she's getting a bit bored right now. So yeah, I'll be back in a little while, and then we're gonna continue here with the next part of the Ganondokun missions, which will be hunting, I believe. So yeah, I'll be back in a few, and then we're gonna continue here with more of Sequence 4 and Connor's storyline. Thanks, Carbon. I will. And yeah, I catch you guys in just a few.
They will lead me to Lee. Where is Charles Lee gone?
Alright.
Citizen!
Welcome back. And thank you all for staying tuned for more AC3 with our stealth and all mission objectives challenge. And yeah, we are back with the start of Connor storyline. We just gathered some materials for the feast, or kind of like event at the end of the day. And now it's also to hunt some animals and provide food as well. Which is gonna be the next kind of like mission in introducing the hunting system. Also, hey Aura, welcome in. Citizen, thanks for joining. I hope you're having a good morning so far.
I want to go into just Dante on.
Yeah, segu de dom zom mai deni wararo ge danu kanem.
Agwa ya no want to take a direct way on. Then does the zero zuzi wagarezo.
Anguri hunya, kana dakta ezot kudina gerenyo, ton di jadora de. Dom zom yo snore am tayo quate. Yot quenies ya kan heyate. Kaya tanoro negiga de ham tanega. Onek tia de waderi wa quenias tage ne sa oyera.
It's a morning, fair enough. And yeah, I mean, Connor could be better, I guess. He just recently lost his mother. Got attacked by Charlesley, so things definitely have been looking better for him. But yeah, it's good for to be back with, you know, his character and really like to Get to experience where he's coming from.
Toganze sadowate ande wadu nege negario tanu yan wadoratsera yan dane.
Agua next zini wade sanio.
Ona andeni yanzere. Yo snore se wahra guetarungo. Skena sua tanut kayeri. Yata o waru kok tate zadohumzoni. Nektiganehum oni. Toga danzasteri ha asi daksa anguna dun hasse ona onio zi asat karhara. Jojera tu onek tia se tsari zinume gujadarorox ne gundirio. Dio sumagaro de watskan hukwa. Tika negi rata. Zezak nega yendere matrori zi unwak to dundundawarie.
You realize that after you typed it, Connor probably isn't doing great. Yeah. But he's gonna be better.
Kanaktiyo nega ayunt karhara.
Okay, time to go for a snare here. And we can place it on this tree.
Auki oya zijat karhara. Ganto zat karhara.
Ganiyot.
Yo yanere. How jade nyanda ne zaha gario dawana ye deniena zini gariwe sugenir hare.
To idawes, so de sanios niza ona.
Ya, kaya gwire dano gahure au naya anga daksa de ne ganehum. Negi gas kaya da kesnu sage angats de zi anjena. Onak tis kena asun a ange. Toga oskenundu ayungeniga amadego. Tako de rorok. Tamaga da huzo se au da geni gora di hatto.
Serio, yo yanere.
Ona deni roroke zino hoda de odom zohum.
Nice camera.
Zera neyunt karharakwa.
A tree cam.
Timja dumzoni sego, nekti yatte zugini naktode. Onekti de deni zaru ajadora de. Toga idenere yat da edenokta.
Yatte wagderian dare.
Kunye takwa, tazada de tak ni nize.
Okay, we gotta hunt 3 types of animals, combine bait and snare to catch an animal, and air assassinate animals. I'm gonna focus on getting the bait and snare combo done first, because that's the trickiest one to pull off here. It works. Okay, now for air assassinations. Not Dandy 2. It's the same fox from Valhalla. Kinda like these missions in Valhalla when you got to like add animal companions as well to the Raven's Fob. Yeah, also the wolf or the cat that you get to keep on the longship. That's true. It's kind of curious that you can't pet the wolf. I guess I didn't think about adding wolf pet animations since you only have one that is friendly to you. But yeah, that's true. They could have just basically used the same kind of like animation, I guess, for the wolf, you know, that they're using for the dogs. You always pet the cat before sending away Elaine. It's definitely a nice ritual.
Kana dogo? Ona awa ne. Otku.
Oh, there's a bear they talked about when they were kids, I guess.
Agua gets honey, ke. Was get nyaga de. Nyawa.
I'm the Jatandi ona. I was the Naja who didn't go Rayanda ne. Tinojera ya ezo de Tiena.
Nexiato deot.
Oh, niot.
Rat dukhawa hagari hunya.
Connor, the teacher. You open your pet dogs and they follow you. Yeah, that's a really nice thing, I think, when, you know, like, petting is actually, like, considered by the animal behavior. I think the same thing happens in AC3, actually, when you pet a dog. I always fucked up these big animal fights, they couldn't mash the buttons right. That's fair. I mean, it's also, like, very time-based, so... you definitely do get that. And then Dokon, his story is so tragic. It is. Yeah, the way he's getting used by Chardsley and the Templars against Connor, you know, drive him apart. Yet another reason to hate on Chardsley.
Hakatelian dare Gizardi Hoye was Onogera Gia, Garha Gunchedeweta. Onogera Gia, Deatia Jataraniere, ne Oya Ganyoke Haga Ziwaterio. Uma was sundade dans a deri huat seraguase. Yohunjanorunge, Yunguadena dayan, Danune, Amha Junguaderi Wayani, ne Ayetia se Danisege, Unjunhuza.
Arahaja zidogane gando, ayetiri hune kiswas, saha odisas dasirayanda ne.
Yunguadora is in a tona yadewayer hage. Yunguayat dodarhe zinogayera, ne deetiswa neda. Danu ne dogat to no de wayere yot deru ayungwa jonha se.
Onujera zitoni yori hawana ne ay dawada den hodu. Ona hoda tiga.
Kan hoha.
Oyane?
Greetings, Guardian.
Are you a spirit?
You may think of me as such.
Where am I?
You are where you were before. If you mean to ask what it is you now see, it is known as the Nexus. From here, probabilities are calculated so that the proper path may be chosen.
What path?
Yours. Follow me.
What have you done to me?
Selected a form familiar to your culture. It is designed to ease navigation. We have waited millennia for your arrival. You, who will bring to him the last piece, that he may open the door.
I do not understand.
Nor need you. I sense my words cause pain. But such was not my intention. You are important, child, in more ways than you will ever know. As we speak, forces gather in secret, preparing to seize control of the land. If they succeed, the sanctuary will be breached. Yours is a special lineage. Past, present, future. Many are connected to you. Many who have changed the world, who will change the world. So too shall you. I have called you here that you might know your duty. You must protect Sanctuary from those who would undo our work.
What sanctuary? What work?
Maintaining your current course will result in a negative outcome. Premature access will destabilize the region. Your village and its people will be destroyed.
What am I to do?
You will learn of a man who will provide additional training. Seek this symbol. No doubt you have many questions. Time will see them answered. For now, you must follow, leading for later.
Radun hagerdun, got nue ni satka, tuntiga gari wayerunitstu.
Adun hets wagena duni. What garo di rungwe daya jadatka, agena dun hase o nio di akande. Da tune tigaro nungwe, easy na gahanda di tunas. Gariwe si wagaderiandere, tanu ize gi oni. Arahaja di zadetni go rizu ne dosa seri wayena.
Yungar haratstone ayedewa dunhunjanuna, nexti da sheri de nitnise. De ot danu haje hunjage danu ya taundo ayungwa da se dunhage.
Ya ka atakitskoda danu agader harda dene ayedewa wanda ne.
Wat gunya dodari sigi, owadu era osete.
Ohnu jera di zaderi wadenyani.
Aze goya tak gweni daguri huadeni. Yahasa giga. Ase tardi jina hoda ze sakstit kada kunegas. Tonu e dagatka tone gari huayernitsto. Ne egi garun gwera hawi o yashnena zinio zizatnista hawa shagoshnena.
Yama.
Serdia sadoga, nekti gets hani suzi ezos are harde. Was sezakane gari huayronitstu, satahatsari.
Kinda wild that he's just like, going by himself. Like his early teens.
Leaving.
And hey Varrot, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude, and welcome in, raiders. How was the rest of GTA 5?
Odin is with us!
I hope it went well. Let me actually scrub chat a bit more here, because there's a couple messages I missed. Or in Valhalla there's a stray dog way up northeast in Yorkshire at the wall where it will follow you for a little, but you can't take it home, always guts you. That's fair. Imagine if you had like the option to adopt stray animals or something. You gotta make that like an option in a future Ace game or something. And yeah, it's so cool the tie-in with Valhalla, and actually showing the orb that Juno is using to communicate with, I guess, Desmond, but also Connor and all kinds of other people who had possession of it. But it's interesting that it's not actually an apple of Eden, it's just like a communication device used by the first civilization. That's true, Eline. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of clear, but at the same time, I guess she's talking in a language that Connor can't really completely make out yet. And yeah, they do aura. I mean, I guess the village doesn't get burned down again, at least. But the people have to go away, essentially, So the site gets kept safe, I guess, but yeah, the people are gone, essentially. But you still have to cover the other two endings. Had a lot of time spent waiting for phone calls for characters. Plus had a lot of hangout dialogue with Lamar and Franklin. So until you finish the game, GTA 5 stream will be split on Thursdays with Red Dead 2. So tomorrow you work on the second ending before doing the Red Dead 2 stream. That way you can still add Tuesday and Wednesday for Resident Evil remakes next week. That's fair. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. You don't want to take away from Resident Evil time. So you can get closer to Resident Evil 4 remake soon. But yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And I can only imagine, how long that extra dialogue triggering can take, Considering it took me like an hour with the Lost and Damned to trigger the last mission. Or the second last mission. And then of course if you wanna literally go for all the dialogue in the game, Or at least most of it. It wouldn't make it any easier, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly, Aura. You know, it's not really... It didn't really end well for his people. Let's say it like this. It didn't exactly happen how Juno told him, but it definitely happened in a similar fashion. There was a call you waited on from Tanisha to Franklin, and it didn't pop, so went and did the hangouts with Lamar. And then like 5 hangouts later, she finally quotes him. Damn. It's crazy sometimes how long it can take for certain events to trigger. Makes you wonder how they actually coded the like the source code, you know, like when what happens, what has to be done before a certain dialogue or call actually triggers. How goes the search for Chadsley? It's going pretty good, I guess. I mean, we just met him, but not very voluntarily, I guess. We just earlier had the scene where, you know, he attacks Connor and then the village gets burned. But yeah, we're now on the way to find the assassin's symbol and Achilles, of course. So I just started with sequence 5 here. Yeah, it definitely is one of the most tragic stories to me, Aura, you know, that Connor tries so hard, you know, to kind of like save his people. And that's like the most important thing to him, yet he doesn't succeed in it. And that he also ends up being used by either side, you know. He gets used by the Templars with his father. He gets used by the, you know, revolutionists with Washington and the others. And, yeah. Like people that should be kind of like helping him as much as he helps them, I guess. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, definitely getting there. Can't wait until we finally unlock the homestead again. It's definitely quite a long way to unlock like all of the side stuff in this game, but once it happens, it's really nice of an open world, I think. Or what? I just cancelled out the dialogue apparently, because I paused or something. That sucks, because this is a really good dialogue. I'm not sure if leaving the animus will actually still trigger the subtitles at least, so I guess we just have to read what Connor is saying. Or I could kind of like read it out loud, I guess. Ramon soon fled, replaced by questions. And no small amount of doubt. Had I been too hasty? Had I made a mistake? The others in the village, they thought this was something I wanted, something I chose to do. But it never felt that way to me, no. It was not a choice, it was an obligation. Because if not me, then who? Okay, note to myself, don't pause the game when a monologue is happening, because apparently that cancels out the actual like voice acting. Yeah, I mean Achilles definitely also sees an opportunity in Connor, I guess. I do think it's good that it kind of like starts out in a way where Connor is like trying to, you know, get Achilles to work with him rather than the other way around. I truly hate when that kind of thing happens. In GTA 5 today, you were waiting on a call from Lamar. As soon as he started calling and you answered, there was a random event that triggered as you passed by and it canceled the conversation. So you had to reload the save from a point where you had to wait for calls you already had heard. Damn. That really sucks too, you know. Yeah, that can happen so often as well. Like also thinking about Red Dead 2 when you're in the middle of a conversation, all of a sudden another gang member appears and interrupts whatever conversation you're having. Kind of reminds me of that kind of like thing. I do wonder if I can spot Achilles and the other guard chasing Achilles spawning. Ah, okay, it happens behind a rock or something. Never mind.
After him!
Or maybe I could like spot them just spawning out of nowhere. The real reason AC3 is so good, the fidget spinner tomahawk. Yeah. It's actually quite a satisfying animation. And it's definitely the only reason AC3 is one of the best AC games, to be honest. Definitely. Makes you wonder what happened that actually made the poachers chase Achilles. Like what happened prior to them, you know, attacking or chasing him. It's always crazy to me how much the homestead area kind of like changes, you know. Right now it's just completely like there's almost nothing built on here. But at the end, you know, it's like so full of people and buildings and events. Poachers, he probably interrupted their hunt. Could be, I guess.
Hello. Hello. You must be one of them native fellas from the, what's it called? Iroquois tribe. Aye. You from that?
Course not, Terry. Iroquois ain't a tribe.
Is so.
Is not. The Iroquois is a confederation.
Confederate what now?
Confederation, ya Tony. It's a group, an alliance. Lots of different kinds of people all united.
Right. Like I said, a tribe.
Listen, you toddy-headed twiddlepoop. There's a difference between a tribe and a confederation, and it's not my fault your skull's too thick to make sense of it.
Who you calling a twiddlepoop, you crump-back scab? Hey now, this is between me and him.
Yeah, mind your business.
I did mind my business, I didn't even say anything. Hey, the code, welcome in. 75k points, time to hit the button finally. Thanks for the follow code. I didn't actually realize you weren't followed yet, to be honest. But cheers, I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. But Terry and Godfrey would be good characters for a mini-series of animated shorts. That's true. They definitely work quite well together. Like the whole antagonizing all the time. the boyos. You thought he had a Twitter poop. It definitely got some unique insults, that's for sure. But yeah, they're definitely one of my favorite, or two of my favorite characters in the Homestead. And also the first to join us.
What?
I was told you could train me.
No.
Go away!
I'm not leaving!
The database is just blank. Okay, there we go. Achilles Davenport. You may not think it to look at him how, but this man was once the mentor of a powerful branch of the Assassins, the Colonial Brotherhood. Achilles' life before he was an assassin isn't well documented. It seems that most of his records were destroyed when the Templars nearly wiped out the Order in 1763. From what I do have, Achilles was recruited in the mid-1730s and became a mentor in 1746. He had a gift for both recruitment and organization, so before long was head of a crew of assassins that spanned the colonies and much of the frontier. Achilles strengthened the ties between the Order and the nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, particularly the Kanyen'kehá:ka, who, as far as our records show, Connor is the first Native American to actually become an assassin. No smile line. Love the way he says no. Yeah, in general, I really like the relationship between Achilles and Connor and like how it starts, you know. Achilles being like very stubborn in saying no, but you know, Connor just being very persistent and trying to get a yes. But next time a telemarketer calls you and asks you if you're interested in what they're saying, you should say no the way Achilles does. Yeah, and then just hang up, pretty much. I could help you cross the street? No. I could help you cross your yard? No. Just no. Get it? Got it?
I need a place to camp. This should do. There must be another way in. Please, all I ask is a moment of your time.
I apologize if I've been unclear or otherwise confused you with my words. It was never my intention to mislead, so let me try to clarify. Get the hell off my land.
Coming up!
It's like, get the hell off my land. Okay, I'm coming up then. I'm gonna climb the house.
Just hear me out. What are you so afraid of?
Afraid? You think I'm afraid of anything? Least of all a self-important little scab like you? Or you might dream of being a hero, of riding to rescues, of saving the world. But stay this course, and the only thing you're gonna be is dead. The world's moved on, boy. Best you do too.
I will not leave, do you hear me? I'm never leaving. Just wait, old man.
They will lead me to Lee.
You will?
I will not be defeated so easily.
You forgot how did Connor get to know Buffy Sky? So Connor had the vision that Juno presented to him, where she showed him the assassin.
Train me. You have to.
The assassin symbol, and he then painted the symbol into the sand, so not to forget about it. And the clan mother then talked to him about the symbol, and that she actually met a man who was wielding it, and that is Achilles. I do believe that also Guts the Zeo, Connor's mother, also was in contact with Achilles for a short while. So that's how they know about the symbol and where a man lives who was connected to it, essentially. Again with his gap insults. I never get old.
These are square toes. This'll be easy.
That's what you said last time, and I wound up with a dead horse and a dark eye.
Who are you?
No one you need concern yourself with, little britches.
Best cut for something bad happens.
No.
Can't say we didn't warn ya.
Oi, brothers! You quit. Should have run when you had the chance.
You're only making...
Look at the song, it's gone!
Why are you here? What do you want?
Best ask the boss man.
You working for the old man, then? That it? Maybe this will get you talking. Oh.
Thank you.
Clean this up. Then I suppose we should talk.
It's like, sure, let's go ahead and clean up 10 dead bodies, just like that. I like how the muskets are still here. Should I run when you have a chance, meanwhile watching how one kid decimating whole squad? It's kind of brutal, considering that he's like 13 or something, and he's like killing all of his guys easily. I mean, canonically he did lose a bit of health, I guess, but he didn't lose more than 50%, so... It's definitely a very one-sided victory here. I really thought we had him too. Achilles says night night time. It's a funny rod, you know, that's O that he's making. Like, it's kind of like a disappointment O or something. Not like I freaking just died or got stabbed fatally, you know, kind of like sound. He's big for 13. He is, yeah. I think Connor's actually one of the biggest protagonists, like both in height and also like with how, you know, kind of like muscular and yeah, he is.
Sorry.
Not your fault. This whole place is ready to come down. Goddamn miracle it hasn't already. Anyway, who are you?
My name is Rado Hangado.
Right. Well, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Now, tell me why you're here.
I was told to seek this symbol.
Do you even know what that symbol represents? Or what it is you're asking for?
No.
And yet, here you are.
The spirit said that I am...
These spirits of yours have been harassing the assassins for centuries. Ever since Ezio uncorked the bottle. But you don't even know what an assassin is, do you? Well, best settled in then. I've got a story to tell, and it's gonna take a while to get it all out. And so, this is why the Assassins have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of the Templars. Because if they succeed, your spirit's visions will become reality.
Then I will stop them.
Oh, I have no doubt you'll try. Come on, I've something to show you. Careful. Wasn't a joke when I said this place was coming apart.
Why don't you repair it?
What's the point? Besides, I don't have materials for the job.
So buy them.
Look at me. You think I can just march into some store, purse full of pounds, and go shopping?
Yes. Why not?
So naive. This way.
But yeah, it makes perfect sense for Connor to ask that, or Raton Akedon, I guess, at this point. You know, because he just doesn't know about how society and trading and, you know, getting materials works in, you know, the kind of like European colonist way.
I don't think you can just come in here, throw those on, and call yourself an assassin.
I did not. I would never presume...
That's all right. I know they've a certain allure. Very well. I'll train you. Then we'll know if you've the right to wear those robes.
Thank you.
Name's Achilles. Come on, then. We've work to do.
You are a speck of dust, a nothing. You and all your kind. Living in the dirt like animals. Oblivious to the true ways of the world.
What do the Templars want?
What they've always wanted. Control. They see an opportunity in the colonies. A chance for new beginnings, unfettered by the chaos of the past. This is why they backed the British. Here they have a chance to illustrate the merits of their beliefs. A people in service to the principles of order and structure.
I have seen what is to come if they succeed. They have to die, don't they? All of them. Even my father.
Especially your father. He's the one holding the whole thing together.
So I trained. In running, in climbing, in fighting, in falling. And for every lesson that concerned the body, there were two that concerned the mind. Language, philosophy, logic, the arts. Achilles taught most often of the Assassins and Templars, their structures, origins, and purpose. Centuries of history condensed into a few short days. I told him of the men who had burned my village, of Charles Lee, and my promise to him. Achilles explained that Lee and his followers were Templars, and that they were led by none other than my own father. If I was to serve the Order, these men would become my targets. So I worked harder, learned faster, but for all my progress, it was clear that I still had much to learn. My training had only just begun.
Yeah, who's a good boy? Or you love how Achilles just tells the strange child everything. Again, you ask where's Cassandra, isn't the artifacts protection her job? You really didn't think any of this over when they retconned their own history. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Quebec doesn't really have a history with these games because they have been written by Montreux. And they don't even make the effort of actually like properly researching previous games, you know? I mean, even independent from the other games in the series, they didn't even research much about Origins, which is like the direct successor. And the game like closest connected historically to Odyssey. And yeah, they just wanted to tell a story, and they didn't really care about that making sense in the context of the other storylines, you know? But yeah, the fact that Cassandra's living for all of this and she never appears is just ridiculous. But of course they're gonna shoehorn her in like other stories, surely, but like slowly but surely. I wouldn't be surprised if she appears in the Assassin's Creed Red game either. But you love how this music, when it was for Haven, was missing the whistling kind of instrumentation, but it's added once it's applied to Connor. That's true. It's a nice thing to kind of like associate like certain instruments with certain characters, you know, and have that instrument have like a dominant role whenever a character is appearing or having like a strong moment. But the other thing too with Quebec is when they announce their plans with Assassin's Creed Infinity and like smaller adventures, you know, for the series. They also talked about plans of like potentially retconning already existing stories. like Connor storyline, you know, could be kind of like retconned and retold. And I have no idea why they want to do that, because it just seems like they want to actively change what Assassin's Creed has been in the past, you know. Like, there's no need to tell the story again. Unless, of course, you do like a remaster or something. But they literally want to like have things happen differently. Also love how Achilles just has this convenient wall of targets here already. Did Connor tell Achilles about his dad? How did Achilles already know? So many questions. So I think that kind of a target wall is from years past, which is also why it's like kind of like hidden behind the barrier, because Achilles kind of like wants to forget about the past. And I mean, Achilles already knew about Hatham during the events of Rogue, for instance, you know, because Hatham is of course the one shooting Achilles in the leg and making his leg be crippled in the first place. So Achilles was already quite aware of the Templars and how they were structured. It makes you think about, well, why isn't Shay part of a target list? But that's of course because Shay hasn't been a character yet, hasn't even been in concept when AC3 was being developed, you know? Like, Shay wasn't a character until half a year or something after Black Flag launched, because they really had to like create the full game of Rogue in the matter of like 8 to 9 months or something. So before that, Shay wasn't even a thing, you know. What's also interesting is that Rogue directly conflicts with the dates that the database in AC3 tells us about when the Assassin Brotherhood was going down. Because it says 1963 in the database here, and in Rogue it's actually a lot earlier, I believe. At least last year when I did my historical order run, where I ordered like all the sequences and missions according to the date in the Colonia saga, it didn't align at all. So that's another example of like retconning something that just doesn't make any sense, you know. And it's the issue with you know, having like multiple writer teams not really working properly together. It's the first time Connor sees any kind of visual of his father too. That's true. It doesn't meet him before that, and I doubt that Zio had like any pictures of him. And they wanted to have a character that is supposed to be superior to all the other characters too. Yeah. I mean, even making people believe that Cassandra's kind of like a demigod or something, you know? Like, so many people believe that she's like half god or something, even though that's not even the case, you know? Like, yes, she has First Civilization DNA in her blood, but so do all of the other protagonists. Like, literally every single protagonist we played had some kind of like ESO DNA background. And Desmond was the one who was most important in that regard, because he had two ancestors with very strong First Civilization DNA, with Altair and Ezio. On both like the mother and father side. Which is why Desmond was the chosen one in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know. Always annoys me when people are just kind of like saying, yeah, she's like half god or something. No, she isn't. Plus, it's still like super far away from when the First Civilization was, you know, kind of like decimated 75,000 years ago. It shouldn't make much of a difference having like 400 years between Origins and Odyssey either. Shay was in Paris at the time. I guess he was. When Connor was still younger, I guess. He would have killed him twice. Me too. That's what happens when you just slap a story together in a matter of weeks. And the Iso aren't gods anyway. They were perceived in court gods, but that doesn't mean they actually are. Yeah, that's another thing, I guess, you know, that they aren't like godly, they just are like more advanced.
Good morning.
To you as well. You taking a trip?
I've decided to do something about the house, and you're going to help me. Get it? Don't stare.
Sorry.
Come on.
This place is incredible. The people, the sounds and smells. I could walk these streets for days and know not even half its wonders.
I thought the same as you upon a time. These days, I much prefer the quiet of the countryside.
But there is so much life here. So many opportunities.
For a few, my boy. For a few. There's a store close to here. You're to buy the items on this list. Tell them where the carriage is, and they'll see that it's loaded. Understood?
Yes.
Good. You're also going to need a new name. Your skin is fair enough that you might pass for one with Spanish or Italian blood. Better to be thought a Spaniard than a native. And both are better still than I.
That is not true.
What's true and what is aren't always the same.
What would you call me then?
Kana. Yes, that will be your name. All right then, off you go.
Man, that just makes me sad. You know, the way kind of like Achilles says that both of it is better than he is, you know. Because that's the way he's being treated. That's also a very good point he makes with like, you know, what is true and what isn't, you know. Which also really plays into the whole like philosophy of the creed again, you know, like that there are laws that arise, you know, not from reason, but from kind of like the circumstances of society, and that they are fragile, you know, and aren't always true. It's only that society determined, okay, that's, you know, what we believe in, what is right. If it doesn't make it the right thing. Which further puts an emphasis on, you know, thinking for yourself, rather than just accepting what, you know, society tells you to. What exactly? The advancement is because of technology, not magic or some kind of divine power. Modern civilization, novum is that. Exactly. I do like the whole play on like, you know, the gods being based on like the image of first civilizations, but them not actual being, like not being actual gods. And yeah, while they still have kind of like more capabilities with a sixth sense, you know, than regular humans. Definitely is still presented in a way where it's like, you know, based on genetics and actual logic. And it's not like superpowers or something. Should have called yourself Charge just to fuck with him. Imagine. Would be funny. The Stamp Act. The Stamp Act was the British government's attempt to recoup some of the money they spent during the French and Indian War by taxing the American colonists, who theoretically benefited most from it. Parliament chose the stamp tax because it was simple, easily implemented, and the colonists couldn't smuggle their way out of paying it. All papers, from newspapers to legal documents to lawyers' licenses, would need to purchase a government stamp to be used. Colonists, however, didn't think Britain had the right to tax them at all, since there was no colonial representatives in Parliament, hence the snappy revolutionary slogan, "No taxation without representation." They also resented the suggestion that they were responsible for Britain's war debts, since the colonial militia had a huge role in fighting and winning the French and Indian War. Huge public protests were organized, run by groups who called themselves the Sons of Liberty. Merchants declared a boycott of British goods. Perhaps most importantly, the people assigned to collect the tax were threatened and intimidated into resigning. Massachusetts' stamp distributor was even paraded through Boston by the Sons of Liberty and forced to resign at the Liberty Tree. No stamp taxes were ever collected, and British repealed the Stamp Act in March 1766. But it wasn't an entire victory for the colonies. Parliament then passed something called the Declaratory Act, essentially stating that Britain had the absolute right to tax the colonists if there wasn't anything the colonists could do about it. Nothing, that is, except start their own country. I've always fancied doing that. Which is funny, because the actor who plays Sean, Danny Wallace, he actually started a project where he started his own country. And even had like people signing up to that country, becoming like actual citizens. So he did do that. And he even wrote a book about it, I think. Kind of like the idea, like, how would I actually go about starting a country? What is necessary to do so? Okay, we have an update on charts. Quite a lengthy one. Frustrated with his lack of advancement with the British, Lee moved back to New York in 1773. He quickly became a supporter of the revolutionary cause, and in June of 1775 he joined the Continental Army with the rank of Major General. Lee began his service under the command of George Washington, which grated since Lee had some hopes of being named Commander-in-Chief of the army himself. Given Lee's experience, he might have had a point, but he also had his drawbacks. Most notable was his temper. Lee was quick to anger, and had a habit of being very vocally and publicly angry when he didn't get his way. Bosses loved that. Lee also had some rather odd personal quirks. He was exceptionally fond of dogs, and was continually surrounded by them. In particular, his much beloved Pomeranian. Never trust a man continually surrounded by tiny dogs. He was also vain and liked tailored suits, but rarely washed them, meaning that he smelled like a little better than his animals, and worse according to some. Despite his failings, Lee was both a competent leader and a popular with the troops. Washington recognized it and named one of the forts on the Hudson River Fort Lee in his honor. If Washington was hoping that just naming a fort after him smoothed over their rocky relationship, it amazingly didn't work. In fact, as time went on, Lee became less and less fond of Washington and became reluctant to follow his orders at all. When Washington retreated across New York and New Jersey in 1776, he sent several commands to Lee to follow him, which Lee did, but very slowly, which may be what resulted in him being left behind and captured by the British in 1776. Still, it's understandable. He probably had to stop every 5 minutes to let his bloody dogs piss in a hedge. Fortunately for Lee, he had resigned his commission in the British Army shortly after taking on his role in the Continental Army. That meant instead of being tried for being a deserter, his imprisonment in New York was more of an inconvenience. He was wined and dined by the British, allowed to have whomever he wanted as a dinner guest, and it was basically a bed and breakfast. In return, Lee gave up information about the state of the Continental Army. Ava, if you are welcome in. Good morning. How's it going? Also, sorry, I gotta give my doggo some pets. She just laid right next to me. on the back, and now I have to rub her belly. So give me just a sec, I'm gonna give some love to the doggo. Okay. You were listening a bit this morning when Rod came in with a raid. I gotcha. Glad to hear that you're doing great, viewer. Okay, I think that's all of the events and people database entries so far.
A new rule in force, all without our consent. The Revenue Act, the Indemnity Act, the Commissioners of Customs Act. Oh, Chancellor Townsend must have thought himself so clever when he papered these thefts and made them law, but the Constitution says we've a right to refuse, that there will be no taxation without representation. Tell me, who represented us in Parliament? Who spoke on our behalf? Signed in our stead? Give me a name. You can't. And you know why? You can't tell me who represented us because nobody did.
Could be wrong, but was that Arno's voice actor again? Kinda seemed like that was the case. It kind of like sound like him. But yeah, he's kind of like doing minor roles in this game.
You lost?
I need the items on this list.
Will you be paying with coin or trade? Some of these things I have, some I don't. Lumber's hard to come by since my supplier up and vanished. I have the tools and pitch, though. Nails, too. So, where do you want this delivered?
Our wagon is near the State House.
Yeah, the lumber we have to provide ourselves. But fortunately, we have Godfrey and Terry.
I should return to Achilles.
Who stands in
The
Parliament
lumberjacks.
for New York, for Virginia? No one. We're headed to the customs house to toss some quips at the lobsters.
That again sounded like Arno's voice actor. I think he's kind of like voicing these Harrods here or something.
What happened?
Loyalist. Were colonists who sided with the British during the Revolution. They were also known as Tories, Royalists, and Kingsmen, and probably also by the enemies as those bloody ass-kissing ninny hammers, among other things. But being a loyalist might seem to you like the bad guys, that's only because you know the Patriots won. It's very easy to use history to look smart, even if you were subjected to the American education system, and system is a strong word. In fact, by some estimates, as many as 1 in 5 colonists were actively loyalists. Many more tried not to pick a side altogether. I expect the version of the story you've heard goes something like this. The loyalists were traitors who betrayed their fellow Americans to the British. That's a nice little fiction, since from a loyalist perspective, the opposite was true. The colonies were founded and owned by Britain, The colonists were therefore British citizens, thus the rebels trying to disobey the king were the real traitors here. Aha, you see? You're a country of traitors. Try spinning that. You'd also have to be pretty brave to be a loyalist, particularly if the people in your community were patriots. Known loyalists were frequently dragged from their homes, beaten, burned with candles, or tarred and feathered. That's just in case you suffered from the delusion that the patriots always took the moral high ground. Patriots were colonists who united against the British government in the Revolutionary War. Although at the time of revolution, patriot was something of a negative term, what we call patriots today were more likely to be called Whigs, or if you were a loyalist, rebels. The patriot motto was "No taxation without representation," a great phrase for rebel rousing, or a poor choice of catchphrase for, say, a game show host. It's also a phrase that requires a bit of unpacking for a modern audience, by which I mean you, Desmond. The colonies didn't elect representatives to the British legislature, and because of the travel distance between Britain and America and the distinct lack of aeroplanes, it wouldn't have been practical. Instead, patriots wanted to be governed by representatives within the colonies. Of course they did have legislatures already, but those were rather prone to being shut down by British-appointed governors whenever they didn't behave properly. Read, do exactly what the governor wanted. It's hard to know how many people in the colonies were patriots. The best guess is between 40 and 45% of the population. The rest were either declared loyalists or people who decided to remain tactically neutral. Probably a wise choice, given that both sides were known for seizing the property of their enemies. Yeah, me too, Aura. It's definitely cool that he voiced, like also in other AC games, apart from Unity. Starting with 3 and then also in Black Flag he voices some minor roles, and then of course his comeback in Valhalla with the Siege of Paris DLC.
What we're going to find out.
With me! To King
Follow
Street!
me.
We'll show them! Down to the customs house for a spree! Come along!
I say again, disperse! Congregating in this manner is forbidden!
We're not going anywhere, Bug!
Oi! Why did you go back to England?
No good can come of this chaos! Return to your homes, and all will be forgiven!
Never!
Not until you've answered for your crimes!
You're right, cowards!
You don't scare us!
Pointing guns at unarmed
We ain't afraid!
There.
Is that my father?
Yes, which means trouble is sure to follow. I need you to tail his accomplice. This crowd is a powder keg. We can't allow him to light the fuse.
But
nothing. Do as I say and go.
Come on, you gosh-gutted coward!
Avon Kenway is a Templar who came to the American colonies in 1754. From what we've learned, Kenway was sent here by Grandmaster Reginald Birch with a dual mission. Establish his own Templar group to rival the colonial assassins, and search for clues about artifacts related to the first civilization. When a Grandmaster tells you to do something, you do it, even if it's just a chess Grandmaster. Kenway didn't find the artifacts he was looking for. He did, however, recruit a small dedicated band of Templars. He also attempted to forge a relationship with the Khanin Kahaka in the frontier, and one woman in particular, Guts the Zeo. The two were briefly lovers, and however brief it was enough because Guts the Zeo, unbeknownst to Haven, ended up raising their son, Connor. I'm guessing it was Kenway who became Grandmaster in the colonies, and therefore the man responsible for the 1763 attack on the colonial assassins. That attack wiped out most of the membership and almost all of our records from that era. It's never been clear exactly what happened in that attack, Or how Kenway managed to make such a complete surprise. In any case, I don't think I like this guy. Sorry to use such strong words. Yeah. You and me both.
Hey, Lobster! Go ahead! Fire your little gun!
You red back, rum-soaked, bacon-faced lout! I'd as soon bite you as piss on you! You reeking squad, take a swing at me, why don't you?
Yeah, that's true, Rod. I feel like it would have been a much better story with Haven as a protagonist, to be honest. Oh, what is he doing again? He's like running in circles.
Boy, you there! What's all the fuss about?
Fire at the townhouse.
You don't like him either, Aura? Yeah. I mean, I can understand where Haven is coming from, but yeah, not very sympathetic towards his cause, that's for sure.
Your plot has ended.
Not quite. Damn you! Fire!
I need to find Achilles.
Okay, good. Because technically I've been detected and I've been chased, but I wasn't yet in conflict. It's a good thing we didn't get detected there. But I guess if I was, I would have made an exemption because, you know, this like literally like, he's pointing at me and ordering the guards to chase me, so... It's kind of like meant to be like a chase kind of like sequence. What happened to you too, Rod? Yeah, I think it also happened to me when I did my celebration stream for AC3. Definitely seems like you have to get closer to him before the next kind of like checkpoint gets triggered. That's true, viewer. Yeah, like Rogue takes place much earlier than 63. So that massive attack that decimated the Brotherhood was like post-Rogue, essentially. Yeah, that's one thing I really didn't like too much when doing my Historic Order playthrough with Rogue and AC3, because it just didn't align at all, time-wise. Ava Ethan, welcome in. Good morning. The Boston Massacre was a culmination of several fights between British soldiers and the people of Boston. A group of British soldiers fired into a crowd at point-blank range, killing 5. The reality of it is less damning to the British than it sounds. What started as an argument about a wigmaker's bill, of all things, turned into a mob. Hundreds of Boston citizens kept 8 British regulars cornered for hours. By the end of it, many were holding clubs, throwing stones and taunting the soldiers to fire. Captain Thomas Preston was in charge of the regulars and tried to defuse the situation by talking with the crowd. They asked if his soldiers' guns were loaded. He admitted that they were, but it would have been stupid for him to order them to fire, since at the time he was standing in front of them. It wasn't until one of the soldiers was hit by a stone, which forced him to drop his musket, that the regulars fired into the crowd, against the orders of Preston, who later testified he never gave a command to fire. It's possible his men mistook the taunts of the crowd for an order. The regulars were arrested and tried for murder. 6 were acquitted, including Thomas Preston. The other 2 men were found guilty of manslaughter, but had their thumbs branded in lieu of the usual sentence, which was death. One of the interesting things about the massacre is what happened afterward, that is, how both sides try to spin it to their advantage. The fact that most people call it a massacre should give you some idea of who won this particular PR war. Revolutionaries portrayed it as an attack on colonial liberties, and images of the event popularized by Paul Revere showed an organized British force firing into the crowd, not a confused group of soldiers cornered by an angry mob. The British, on the other hand, referred to the event, the incident on King Street, naturally calm in a crisis, unlike countries who insist on turning every minor confrontation into a three-ring circus. Anyway, the wigmaker dropped his prices and it never happened again. I call that a victory for the board. It's interesting though, because, I mean, what triggered this massacre wasn't even, you know, the, regulars, you know, or the people. It was Lee, you know, firing the pistol, because Haven wanted a conflict between the people and the regulars, you know. So it only happened because they were trying to escalate the situation. Yeah, that's fair, Viewer. Definitely get that, you know, if you really enjoy a game. But yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't really match too well, time-wise at least. You finished Mass Effect Andromeda, Ethan? Very nice. What did you think about the game? Do you recommend it? Incident is always a good way to describe things. A very neutral kind of way of describing it. Yeah, exactly. You know, it just needed one shot really to escalate the situation, and Lee, you know, was doing exactly that. Of course. Oh yeah, very high notoriety apparently. It's fine.
Over here.
I gotcha, Ethan. Yeah, that's what I heard as well, you know.
You're Achilles' boy. Connor, was it? I saw what happened at the townhouse. A fine mess, that.
Who are you?
Samuel Adams, at your service. Achilles asked me to get you out of Boston.
Explain.
The whole city's looking for you.
Oh yay, oh yay! A criminal stalks the streets, wanted in connection with the massacre at the townhouse. Citizens are advised to call the guards if they see him. £10 to whoever brings this madman
What am I supposed to do?
You can take down these posters for a start. Return to me once you remove the others.
I've nothing more to say so long as those posters remain.
But we know suspect a man of native origin. Many speculate.
But yeah, that's fair even. Definitely a shame, right? Because I mean the like Mass Effect games have a reputation for having really good stories and lore. That's definitely a disappointment, I guess, that it doesn't really hold up to the other games. Why is Harold so happy? Oh yay, oh yay. He just loves doing his job, you know. He also loves taking over bribes as well, I guess. It's like, Moneta. My lucky day. Samuel Adams was a Boston lawyer, a signatory of the Declaration of Independence, and a prominent political figure during the lead-up to the American Revolution. I think that's put your little life into perspective, hasn't it? Adams was born in Massachusetts, the son of another Samuel Adams, who was a well-off merchant. Adams, the younger one, went to Harvard, graduating in 1740. He went into business for himself, but was a dismal failure, and ended up taking a job in the family brewery. A lot of men turn to breweries when their businesses fail, but in a rather different way. And that was fortunate for his historical legacy, since his relationship to beer may be the only reason most Americans have even heard of him. Adams was elected to the Massachusetts legislature in 1765, which was the beginning of his political career. He was a staunch supporter of colonist rights, mainly the ever-popular arguments over whether British Parliament had a right to impose taxes, but wasn't pro-independence, at least not at first. I think it's fair to say he changed his mind later. Adams is often portrayed as an angry radical, but that's a bit of a biased picture. Adams disliked vigilantism for the most part, though he approved when a mob forced Boston's stamp collector to resign, so perhaps he only liked some vigilantism. In later years, when Adams was in Congress, he refused even to join a political party because he found the idea divisive, a sentiment which he shared with George Washington incidentally. However, Adams' reputation for being a rabble-rouser is somewhat understandable. He was a representative of the town of Boston after the Boston Massacre, and succeeded in having the regulars kicked out of town. He spoke at the Old South Meeting Hall just prior to the Boston Tea Party, and it said he gave the signal for the dumping of the tea. Over some debate over whether he was involved, which I'm happy about, as a gentleman does not waste tea. Adams was infamous enough that he had to leave Boston for Lexington in 1775, to avoid arrest by the British, who considered him a troublemaker. When the siege of Boston began, the Massachusetts governor offered to pardon any rebels who would lay down their arms, except Adams and John Hancock. Overall, Adams certainly was a thorn in the side of the British, or that puzzles me is why some Americans think being an angry revolutionary was a bad thing. It got you where you are today, didn't it? Actually hang about, yes. Maybe I see that point after all. Ah, okay, I gotcha, Ethan. So I haven't played the Mass Effect games yet, so I don't know anything about the story too much. That's, I guess, a shame. That's, the trilogy didn't really end on like a high note. But yeah, I do want to play the games eventually, though. Or I remember learning about Sam Adams in elementary school, and literally was like, oh, my parents drink that beer. I didn't even know about the reference because we don't have a brand over here. I wasn't even aware that there's like a brand with his name.
Was it merely an act of madness? I fear we shall have no answers until he is in custody. So long as he still walks the streets, all of us are in danger.
What? I got detected for that. They even had their backs turned to me, but maybe I shouldn't have run or something. Let's try it again, and this time we walk.
Nothing more to say so long as those posters remain.
None can say for certain. person who fired the first shot, but we now suspect a man of native origin. Many speculate as to why he acted. A show of solidarity with the protesters?
See, that they all have their backs turned to me.
On his people? Or was it merely an act of madness? I fear we shall have no answers
Yeah. So I guess the high profile run alerted them to my presence. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, I guess, you know, if the rest of the trilogy is, like, well written, it might still be worth it. Oh, come on. Of course, the citizen had to stand in my way there. Oh, come on. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Jesus, fuck me. Why did they just turn around all of a sudden again? I swear. The way stealth works in AC3 is sometimes really infuriating. It's like actual bad pathfinding that just happened, which is why they turned around all of a sudden. It's ridiculous. Are they just standing there, doing nothing or what?
Ah, Connor. There you are. I'd like you to meet Cyrus.
Is he the killer?
Peace. Cyrus is on our side, or rather, for the right price, he will be.
Have you seen this man?
Watch and learn.
Oh yay! Oh yay! Word has reached us that the man responsible for today's shooting may have been in disguise. A wig and makeup tin were found near the scene of the crime. Witnesses describe a middle-aged gentleman of pale complexion fleeing towards the wharves, rifle in arm.
Thank you kindly, Cyrus.
Pleasure.
Come on, then. There's still one last bit of work to do.
Where are we going?
To the printer. Where do you think all those posters came from? They're made by a machine. We need to shut it down.
Yeah, but definitely was what the fuck carbon. Come on, game.
Damn it, we're too late. They've set up a checkpoint. Come on. This way.
I can go by rooftop and meet you there.
No. Better you learn about the tunnels now.
Tunnels?
The Masons have a whole network of them under the city. They're quite useful when speed and secrecy are required.
This and Brotherhood are the hardest games to full sync. I'd probably agree, yeah. I feel like Brotherhood is definitely manageable with the exception of a few missions like the tank or the flying machine. But yeah, to me AC3 definitely is trickier considering that the stealth system is also a bit more, like, more difficult to me at least. Okay, how do we go about getting there? You love a setting, Boston with snowy evening? Yeah. Yeah, I love these seasons in AC3 in general. The kind of like change between winter and summertime. And the snow physics are also really impressive, I think. Stuff is garbage, same with Valhalla. That's fair. I mean, to have that opinion. I do think AC3 has one of the weakest stealth systems, the way it works. But when it works, it can still be satisfying. I think Valhalla is similar in some ways, but I think Valhalla is overall, nowadays at least, a bit more reliable. I guess also depends on like what kind of like stealth settings you're choosing.
Here we are then. I'll see you inside. Hold on.
Ah yeah, the tunnels.
Use your lantern to light the lamps, Connor. They'll help us find our way should we get turned around.
I wonder why they built these tunnels.
Yeah, some of the naval contracts are definitely tough, especially the one where you have to kill the bricks or something with the weak points.
Excellent. Let us move on.
Because getting that threshold where you can hit the weak point can be very tricky to find. So some of them have definitely been rough, for sure.
Much as it pains me to say it, we must follow the rats, as they often move in the direction of an exit.
Okay, where did the rats go then? This way?
This seems wrong. We should try another way.
Okay, I guess over here. Yeah, the way that I usually do it is by kind of like using chain shots to kind of like immobilize them. Then position myself to the front of the enemy ship and just do like non-charged shots. Which doesn't do enough damage to kill them.
Well, well. You were right. I apologize for ever doubting. No wonder Achilles has taken such an interest in you. Arse. I don't suppose lockpicking is part of your repertoire? Well done. The printer isn't far. Let us reconvene there.
You ask a great deal of me, Sam.
I know, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important, if it wasn't vital.
Fine. Just this once, though. In the future, such things will come at a price. Resetting the type is neither quick nor easy. To say nothing of the cost should I be discovered.
I shall not forget this kindness.
Nor I.
His work will see your last little bit of notoriety erased. Come, I'll show you how to leave now that order's been restored. Oh, now you've had a chance to see how it all works. Untoward actions will upset the citizens and inevitably lead to the guards being called. Depending on the severity of your transgression, they may simply search a bit before giving up and returning to their post. But should you offend them severely or repeatedly, they'll become much more aggressive in their pursuits. I've shown you 3 ways to turn the tide. Remove wanted posters, bribe town criers, or visit a printer to create your own propaganda.
This feels wrong. Why not just speak to someone and explain my innocence?
You can't be serious.
We counter one lie with another. Words on paper instantly taken as truth. And all of it without question.
They loose this beast. Or have you forgotten? I merely helped you tame and turn it round.
There must be another way. Something more honest.
Well, when you find it, do let me know. But until then, we sculpt with the clay we have.
My apologies. I do not mean to sound ungrateful.
Quite all right. I was much the same at your age. You'll grow out of it.
And if I do not? If I...
Here we are. Speak with the harbor master and he'll see you home.
Thank you for everything, Sam. I promise one day to repay the favor.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
Like this.
Alright, and that gets rid of all the notoriety we have gotten here out of the Boston Massacre mission. Now we can finally head back and use the Harbor Master to travel to the homestead. Kinda crazy that Achilles just abandoned us, essentially. Also kinda crazy to think that this is gonna be the ship we will be sailing later. Doesn't look like you could recover much of it, but yeah. She's gonna fly again. Eventually. The Korean missions. Yeah. I'm not gonna do the Korean missions this playthrough actually because they don't really add too much to the story. At least I'm not forcing myself to do like all of them. Only if I come across them naturally. But I guess if you wanna do completionists then you gotta do them. But yeah guys, I think this is gonna be for where I would call it today for AC3, because I still have a few things to take care of and stuff. But yeah, it's a good point to stop I think and start with next time, because next time we're gonna really dive into the side quest and content with the homestead. And then of course also, you know, getting to the point where we finally can wear Hidden Blade and the ropes and truly become an assassin. So yeah, that's a plan for next time, which will be Friday. Because tomorrow I'm gonna be heading back to some Forza Horizon 5 and continue with that game. Yeah, then on Friday we're gonna really dive into the proper meat of the game and really unlock like the open world fully. But yeah, I do want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me today for more of this game. Always great to start Connor's story again. And yeah, honestly can't wait to continue here very soon. No worries, Aura and Rod. Thank you guys for being here and for joining. Thanks also again for the raid earlier, Rod.
Where is Charles Lee?
Thanks also Sarah for being here and everyone else who's still in here. But yeah, let's go ahead and actually quit. And head over here. And then we're gonna have a look to see who's online today and who we could raid. Where Shutley? Yes, where? Well, hopefully we're gonna see him next time. But I think it's gonna be a little while until we see him again. I think we have to wait until the Boston Tea Party. No worries, Eli, thank you also for joining. Thanks also for being here, Orochi. Catch you next time. No worries, Carbon. Thanks also for being here today. No worries, Seraph.
Take anything you like.
It was a short stream, Harbinger. Yeah, I had to take care of a few things today. And I'm also by myself today with a doggo, so kinda spend a bit more time with her today. And gonna be as well. But yeah, I think on Friday we're gonna be doing a bit of a more lengthy stream again. But yeah, let's see who's online, shall we? I do see Lucinda online. She's playing some more Resident Evil. Continuing with the series run, she's currently playing Resident Evil 4 HD on the PS4. So I think we're gonna go and jump over there, see how she's doing today. However, before I go, I want to give a couple shoutouts. In case you want to check out some fellow streamers of the community. So if you haven't before, then I would definitely recommend checking out Rod. He's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed and is also currently playing through AC3 with his annual playthrough. He's also doing challenge runs with the AC games, currently doing a no desync challenge with AC3. He just previously has done a no HUD challenge with Revelations, so for each AC game is kind of like switching it up a little bit. He's also playing other games like GTA 5, Red Dead 2. He's also doing a no-death challenge on Shadow of the Tomb Raider, which is gonna be happening on Friday again, I reckon. So yeah, if you're a fan of challenge runs and of like narratively driven games, definitely go ahead and check out Rod. And also check out Grace, who's another great streamer. She's also a fan of Assassin's Creed and narratively driven games, but she's also playing lots of point-and-click adventure games, indie, Stardew Valley, and those kind of games as well. She's also going to be starting the Red Dead Redemption series at some point, since if you are redeemed that for her to play. So yeah, that's another playthrough coming up at some point in the future. So yeah, definitely go ahead and check out both of them if you haven't before. For now, we're gonna go and head over to Lucinda and yeah, see how she's doing with some Resident Evil today. So if you want to come along, Rod already posted some raid emotes in chat. Also, if you are a sub, then you can also use this command here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with some Forza Horizon 5. So until then, I hope everybody's having a good rest of the day. And yeah, that's no worries either, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out. Catch you all next time, and hope you all have a good one.